Hı? Ama kaç tane bu?
Jam d'accord. Jam d'accord. D'accord.
Pensei, inşallah
Dès quelque chose, ça s'échappe. Ça va. Même chose. On est presque. Faut que tu peut-être.
Dersin. Müsait kursu yapıyor.
Yeah, but what can they use? pressure?
Well,
Apart from sanctions.
yeah, but we have the sanctions. This is the tool. We have the 17th package now ready, and we are working on the next package. And of course, what would really have an impact is the sanctions on energy, and that's why we're also working on the roadmap to get rid of Russian energy that we proposed last week, and we are working on the legislative package also to do so, because to deprive them from the funds of funding this war is extremely important. I think also the political isolation is important to put the pressure on Russia, and there we all have to be united in this, because we clearly see that Russia does not want peace, and everybody else does.
So does that mean you're not optimistic about the talks in Turkey?
Yes, well, it is a very good proposal. I think it shows that also Americans are seeing that the pressure should be put on Russia, who doesn't want to stop. This will go through the Senate. Of course, they have their other procedures there, but I think it's important as a message as well that the Americans are seeing that this is important to put the pressure on Russia, and we have the tools, and the Americans also have the tools to do it.
But can we ask about the talks in Turkey?
I was in Azerbaijan. I will meet Armenian Prime Minister here, and I will also go to Armenia. So I think it's also important to take the tensions down in this region, and see what more can we do in this very difficult geopolitical environment.
Can I ask about the
What do
Ukraine
you
talks in
expect from the
Turkey,
talks
please?
in Turkey?
Well, they're very close in reaching the agreement, and I think it's in everybody's interest that they sign this peace agreement, and we have one less conflict in the world.
Ms. Kallas, what do you expect from Kosovo and Serbia in process dialogue?
Do you have any special message for Kosovo and Serbia?
Well, we just appointed a few months ago, we appointed the new special representative for the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue, and we expect a normalization of the relations. Of course,
that we didn't actually get the meeting of the leaders?
I think everybody else was ready for the meeting of the leaders. Zelensky was saying, and also President Trump, I think, was saying that the leaders level meeting could be there. But like I guessed, Putin doesn't dare to come really. So I think downplaying this shows that they are not serious about the real peace talks. I mean, this is clear for everybody, and I think it's important to see also that the whole world sees that Russia is playing games.
What are the consequences?
Realistic the idea that Albania can be part of EU in 2030?
Yes, I think Albania is making great progress when it comes to reforms, what are needed. So it is also for us on our side, European side, to make necessary steps. I mean, of course, we need reforms. We need to see that, for example, rule of law is respected and all the issues, but I think there is this political momentum that everybody wants to see the enlargement process really happening. It's not only necessary for the Western Balkan countries, it's also necessary for the European Union to grow our economical but also geopolitical power. Okay, thank you.
One last question. Do you think that the Americans are realizing now that Putin does not want to negotiate?
Well, it's clear for everybody, I think. You can see it very clearly. I mean,
Mr.
it has
one
been
question.
always over two months
What is
when
why?
It's a bit. You can do it like this. Good morning.
Mr. Doctor, you
Hi.
do it together.
Absolutely.
any part of Ukrainian territory. So that was a very good meeting. I'm really looking forward today to the meeting with the foreign ministers here in Tirana.
And so you said that you've been cautiously optimistic.
One at a time, please.
So you've said that you have been cautiously optimistic in the past, and you've had the talks with the NATO ministers. Now there are talks in Turkey. I want to know, considering we were hoping that the leaders would be, and that's not the case.
No.
Do you think that it's been a failure? Do you think Putin is...
I think Putin made a mistake by sending a low-level delegation with this historian leading that delegation, who was also there in the talks in 2022. The ball is clearly in his part of the field now, in his court. He has to play ball. He has to be serious about wanting peace. So I think all the pressure is now on Putin.
And what's the expectation from...
What has to happen to you understand that ball is not on his side?
He realizes this. I know him very well. We did a lot of negotiations between when I was Prime Minister of the Netherlands. He knows extremely well that the ball is in his court. That he is in trouble, that he made a big mistake by sending this low-level delegation. And I think it is very good that the Ukrainians have come to the table. They have sent a delegation which is really willing to negotiate a ceasefire, etc. I'm so happy about the role the US is playing. It is really important. President Trump breaking the deadlock, clearly taking a lead on all of this, which is extremely useful and important. Final question, then I have to go. Again, you have to repeat the question because I had a very successful. I'll see you in a second. So I had a very good visit to the region. I had very good discussions also in Brussels with President Vučić. So NATO is very much helping to.
Mr. Rutte, UK TV, very quickly, are you hopeful for some talks on Ukraine today?
I think Russia made a big mistake sending this low-level delegation with this historian leading it, who was also.
Скажи, Саша.
different parts when it comes to crisis responding as well.
But do you have deadline for Putin? Because ball on his side, but he still don't play this ball.
Yes, he's playing games, which shows that they are not serious about the peace.
But you
that
have
is very
deadline that you're waiting for some decision of Putin, and after this date you will do some other stuff.
No, I mean, we have been...
unfortunately, Russia's war continues in Ukraine, so I know we will discuss this issue and we will ask for and demand for 30 days unconditional ceasefire because we know it's important. Ukraine wants it. Unfortunately, only Russia doesn't want a peace in our region. Therefore, if it doesn't happen, we will have to agree on next and further sanctions. Only that can stop Russia. So because all countries in Europe want security for their people, for their societies. I know that today as well we will discuss issues of illegal migration and better economic cooperation, which is very important matter as well to Latvia, I know as well to Albania, and therefore we will use the CPC summit as a good flat platform to meet all the European leaders and discuss.
Rovško, ma avea tutta țara.
From a leader of Europe's, one of the Europe's member state countries, it's very important for us to get 30 days unconditional ceasefire in Ukraine as well as in the European region. I believe it's important
Donald Tusk,
in
UK
Europe.
media, quick question on Ukraine.
So therefore we'll see, because only Putin doesn't want peace, therefore we will follow up with next sanction list.
And then, so what happens next if the ceasefire talks fail? What is going to be the next step from the European side?
We have discussed that we will go with next sanctions, and I know that already 17 sanction package is agreed with a lot of shadow fleet inside it. I know that for UK as well it's very important that we can follow up with next sanction list.
Good morning. Thank you. Very happy to be here.
so much. Thank you so much.
Wonderful weather.
Yeah.
It's okay, we have the... Yeah. Welcome, Excellency. We will take care of you.
Sure.
The British race continues.
Side view?
ξεκίνησε πριν λίγα χρόνια με πρωτοβουλία του Γάλλου Προέδρου, ακριβώς για να φέρει μαζί τα κράτη-μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και τα άλλα ευρωπαϊκά κράτη, πλήστα των οποίων θέλουν να γίνουν κράτη-μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, για να έχουμε ένα ανοιχτό διάλογο. Οι προκλήσεις είναι κοινές, οι ευκαιρίες είναι κοινές και αυτό το φόρουμ προσφέρεται για ένα ανοιχτό και ειλικρινή διάλογο. Και είναι μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο που μπαίνει και το Κυπριακό, ένα ευρωπαϊκό.
He called for a ceasefire during the anniversaries of the 9th of May, which he himself then never respected. Then Ukraine called for a ceasefire supported by the European Union and by the United States, but President Putin rejected it. And finally, President Putin offered a meeting directly between Ukraine and Russia in Turkey. President Zelensky was ready to meet, but President Putin never showed up. And this shows his true beliefs, so we will increase the pressure. We're working on a new package of sanctions that include sanctions against Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, but also listing more vessels in the shadow fleet and lowering the oil price cap. And finally, more financial sanctions on the Russian financial sector, because we want peace and we have to increase the pressure till President Putin is ready.
So Kistama, on behalf of the UK broadcasters, what can you realistically do on Russia, given the problems we have overnight?
Well, I think that what we saw yesterday and overnight is yet more evidence that Putin is not serious about peace. He's been dragging his heels, and I think it's really important, therefore, that we have absolute unity with our allies. We'll be working on that again today, to be clear that there must be a ceasefire, but also to be clear that should there not be a ceasefire, then we will act together in relation to sanctions. But for me, this is clear evidence that Putin doesn't seriously want peace. He's dragging his heels, and that's why today is a really important opportunity to work with colleagues to make sure that we are absolutely united. And President Zelensky will be here today, so we will be discussing the situation with him.
On the Brexit reset, how are the talks going? Will you have talks on the sidelines ahead of the Monday summit?
Well, in the last 2 weeks, you've seen the UK do a trade deal with India, really important for our country and our national interest. Trade deal with the US, again important for our country and national interest. I'm positive going into Monday, and I think that this is an important moment for our country that will be measured in the benefits to working people and their living standards. But we're positive as we go into the summit on Monday. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The Americans understood that Putin does not want to negotiate. Do you think the world understood that Putin doesn't want to negotiate?
I guess it's obvious, not for the Americans, but for the Europe and for the world, because when Mr. Putin sends the delegation of that low political level, it's obvious that he is not keen into going in any kind of negotiations.
Do you have a message for Trump? Do you have a message for Trump to put pressure on Russia?
Well, I guess and I hope that a new administration of United States will get into reality and finds out that Russia and Putin is not going in any kind of negotiation unless we match them in power on the front line.
It's the first time that Chancellor Merz is here on the European parquet, so to say. What do you expect?
I expect significant input, political and economical one from Germany, and as far as we see it, they are on the right path. Thank you, guys.
Viewers, good morning. It's wonderful that Europe is here today, and at the same time, negotiations that are highly important for the future of the Europe are ongoing in Istanbul. Today, from here, we need to send a strong common message. Europe stands with Ukraine. I think that Europe has acted decisively. Today we have strong common voice and message. We need ceasefire, we need peace negotiations and lasting peace. And now I think that all is on the Russian side. If negotiations don't proceed, Europe must be ready to act strongly with new sanctions and even more support to Ukraine. This is my main message today.
But the 17th sanction package is not even going that far. How can the EU put more pressure on Russia sooner?
We have to work together with US. We need that with sanctions. We need good cooperation, good coordination with US. Thank you.
Mirëmëngjesi të gjithëve, ky siç e dini është samiti I 6 I Komunitetit Politik Evropian, një samit jashtëzakonisht I rëndësishëm I lindur jo vetëm nga shtetet e BE-s, por edhe të gjithë ne të tjerët që aspirojmë të antarësohemi në BE, mirë po me qenë se ky samit mbahet pikërisht në Ballkanin Perëndimor, këtu në Tiranë, për çka dua të uroj edhe Shqipërinë edhe kryeministrin Rama. Është shumë e rëndësishme që në fund të samitit të dalim edhe me një plan konkret se si do të ecim përpara shtetet tona drejt BE. Sa I përket Republikës së Kosovës, përkundër faktit që ne jemi 100% të linjëzuar me politikën e jashtme dhe atë të sigurisë së Bashkimit Evropian, fatkeqësisht ka një bllokatë totale. Nga ana e BE-s nuk vlerësohen reformat tona, nuk vlerësohet puna jon, nuk vlerësohet fakti që ne jemi 100% në përputhje me politikat e tyre, edhe sa I përket sanksioneve ndaj Rusisë, edhe sa I përket politikave të tjera. Për fat të keq po jepet një mesazh shumë I keq për rajonin ton, se më shumë po hapet dera në raport me ata që po shkojnë në Moskë te Putini, sesa për ne që nuk shohim rrugë dhe alternativë tjetër përpos
Zoja Osmani, keni shpresë sot për mesazhet dhe konkluzonet të këtij samiti I cili mund të jetë në drejtimin e asaj çfarë ju pretendoni, që BE-ja të kthejë syt nga ju për të tërhequr vëmendjen për atë që ju pretendoni?
Më shumë kemi kërkesë sesa që kemi shpresë, kërkesat tona do të jenë të zëshme, jo për shkak të ndonjë arrogancë politike, por për shkak se e meritojmë dhe ne kërkojmë që ky proces të jetë I bazuar në merita, ndërkaq sa I përket konkluzioneve, zakonisht samiti I EPC-s nuk është se ka konkluzione të forta politike apo veprime politike, megjithatë është një mundësi e mirë për ne që në një forum ku jemi të barabartë të bëjmë kërkesa. Është zoti Sorensen, ai tashmë është emëruar dhe unë si presidente kam pasur 2 takime jashtëzakonisht të mira me të, ka qenë në Prishtinë 2 herë. Kam pritshmëri për më shumë, kam më shumë pritshmëri sa I përket një lloj balanci nga ana e BE-s, për shkak se siç e dini Kosova është në masa, Serbia nuk është, dhe kjo e prish balancin, barazin mes palëve në tryezën e dialogut. Kam më shumë shpresë që edhe nga zonja Kallas, edhe nga përfaqësuesi I ri për dialogun do të shtyhet më shumë përpara heqja e masave dhe trajtimi i barabartë i palëve, ne do të jemi konstruktiv dhe të angazhuar.
Me Zotin Vuçin. Zonja Osmani, sa ndikon situata e brendshme në Kosovë?
Mund të vazhdoj dialogu sa kohë që nuk keni zgjedhur ndërçi në qeverinë e Kosovës?
Ju e dini që Kosova ka pasur zgjedhje me nënt shkurt, seanca e parë është mbajtur me 15 prill dhe dje është bërë një muaj nga përpjekjet për të zgjedhur udhëheqësinë e parlamentit si dhe qeverinë e Kosovës që vjen më pastaj. Besoj që do të ketë përpjekje akoma dhe unë i inkurajoj liderët politikë që për interes të qytetarëve dhe të Kosovës, në mënyrë që mos të humbasim dhe të dëmtohemi më shumë, të kemi institucione sa më parë që të jetë e mundur. Megjithatë, sa i përket krye negociatorit, Kosova ka krye negociatorin i cili akoma është fuqiplot, është zëvendës kryeministri i parë, i cili edhe nuk është se ka kandiduar apo se është zgjedhur deputet, pra ka kompetenca në mënyrë që të vazhdoj në qoftë se kërkohet nga BE-ja që të ketë një takim në nivel krye negociator.
Në këtë moment që është Kosova, me këtë situatë që keni brenda me samitin që bëhet dhe negociatori në liqë është caktuar të liqë, çfarë i kërkoni Shqipërisë?
Nga Shqipëria kërkojmë që të vazhdoj përkraja në raport me Republikën e Kosovës në disa aspekte. E para, që të vazhdoj të jetë zëshme, siç ka qenë kryeministri Rama deri tani për heqjen e masave të padrejta ndaj Kosovës, dhe e dyta që të flas sa më shumë dhe sa më zëshëm me shtetet që akoma nuk e kanë njohur Kosovën, në mënyrë që ato ta bëjnë një gjë të tillë, sepse mos njohja, sidomos nga shtetet antare të BE-s, po e dëmton jashtëzakonisht shumë Kosovën. Jo, dialogu s'do të jetë temë sot, sepse ky është forum multilateral siç e dini. Faleminderit shumë.
Ka takime dyparqe?
Nuk ka. Jo, me Vučićin nuk ka asnjëherë në këtë summit takime dypalshe. Takimet dypalshe ndërmjet Kosovës dhe Serbisë, por edhe me ndërmjetësimin e BE-s, siç e dini zhvilluan në Bruksel. Kështu që ky është një forum multilateral ku ne si Republikës së Kosovës synojmë më shumë të takohemi me liderët e tjerë, sidomos ata që duhet t'i bindim që të largojnë masat e padrejta ndaj Kosovës.
Mendoni fakti që po bëhet për herë të parë në Tiranë një samit i tillë dhe që ju jeni prezent tashmë edhe pse keni ngërç mes Serbisë dhe Kosovës?
Ne gjithmonë jemi prezent në këtë summit, Kosova gjithnjë është prezent edhe në EPC dhe në summitin BE Ballkan Perëndimor. Ajo çfarë na favorizon këtu është se po shpresoj shumë që fakti që mbahet ky summit në Tiranë jap një zë më të fuqishëm rajonit ton dhe edhe një zë më të fuqishëm edhe Tiranës, jo vetëm Prishtinës, që të flas edhe për heqjen e masave të padrejta ndaj Kosovës, por edhe siç e përmenda për njohjen nga shtetet që akoma nuk e kanë bërë këtë në raport me Kosovën.
A bëhet këtë kërkesë Bashkimit Evropian mbrëmjen e djeshme?
Patjetër që po, edhe mbrëmjen e djeshme, edhe më herët, edhe çdo ditë e bëjmë këtë kërkesë, sepse të gjitha kërkesat në fakt që BE-ja ka pas raport me Kosovën, sa i përket heqjes së masave ne i kemi plotësuar dhe në qershor bëhet një vit që edhe vetë përfaqësuesi i BE-s zakonisht nuk ka përgjigje, kërkojnë gjëra kështu shumë abstrakte, deeskalim. Në fakt ne nuk jemi ata që kemi eskaluar situatën, por edhe pse nuk e kemi krijuar atë situatë në veri të Kosovës, Kosova ka ndërmarrë hapat që janë kërkuar nga marrëveshja e Bratislavës dhe edhe vetë zoti Borrell që ka qenë HRVP më herët ka propozuar që të hiqen masa duke u bazuar në plotësimin e kritereve nga ana.
A kishte një qëndrim nga BE-ja për sa i përket vizitës së presidentit Vučić në Rusi?
Nga disa kishte, nga disa nuk ishte, ose më mirë të them nga disa kishte qëndrim të ashpër, nga disa për fat të keq ka qëndrim arsyetues, që është jashtëzakonisht dëmtuese dhe dërgon mesazh të dëmshëm për gjithë rajonin, jo vetëm për ne. Faleminderit gjithëve.
Gastgeber ein ausführliches Gespräch zu führen. Es wird viele Gelegenheiten
Açtım. Bunlar nasıl değil?
Bunlar değil şimdi.
Guten Morgen, hallo Herr Hess.
Grüezi Gott. Was erwarten Sie von den heutigen Gesprächen in Istanbul?
Ja, wir werden sehen, ob es zu einer Lösung kommt oder ob der Weg hin zu einer Lösung weitergeht oder nicht. Es scheint ja etwas angespannt zu sein. Wir werden schauen, vielleicht gibt es am Sonntag in Rom etwas mehr Klarheit mit der Einsetzung des neuen Papstes. Wird man sich ja wiedersehen.
Und was ist die Position der Schweiz? Was erwarten Sie zum Beispiel von Russland in diesem Gespräch?
Ja, ich meine, man kann nur die Erwartung äußern, dass dieser Krieg endlich beendet wird und dass beide Parteien die Bereitschaft haben, sich an den Tisch zu setzen. Offensichtlich ist die Ukraine bereit zu direkten Gesprächen. Und ich glaube, dass alle in der ganzen Welt auch den Wunsch ausgedrückt haben, dass auch Russland diese Bereitschaft zeigt.
Die Europäer wollen die Sanktionen gegenüber Russland verschärfen, weil es bisher keine Waffenruhe gibt. Wäre da die Schweiz auch dabei?
Ja, wir haben bislang die Sanktionen übernommen und werden sie weiterhin prüfen.
Gilt das auch für diese Sekundärsanktionen, die jetzt im Gespräch sind?
Das kann ich Ihnen noch nicht sagen.
Das Treffen findet in Istanbul statt, nicht in der Schweiz. Wieso nicht in der Schweiz? Kann die Schweiz da nicht vermitteln?
Selbstverständlich kann die Schweiz auch vermitteln und ich habe Präsident Zelensky immer angeboten, dass wir auch zur Verfügung stehen. Wir werden sehen, wie das jetzt weitergeht.
Die Schweiz hat signalisiert, dass sie einen IPC-Gipfel eines Tages durchführen könnte, frühestens 2027. Gibt es irgendwelche Neuigkeiten? Werden Sie heute ein konkretes Angebot?
Ja, ich werde das selbstverständlich gegenüber der EU-Kommission noch einmal deponieren und dieses Angebot erneuern.
Und zwar für 2027?
Genau.
President, how are conversations with Trump progressing on trade?
Wen treffen Sie heute bilateral?
Ja, ich denke, man trifft so ziemlich alle hier. Ich habe aber ein Gespräch abgemacht mit der dänischen Premierministerin, ein längeres Gespräch, weil ja die dänische Ratspräsidentschaft dann stattfinden wird im zweiten Halbjahr 2025. Aber es gibt auch andere Möglichkeiten, hier sehr formlos ins Gespräch zu kommen.
Können Sie uns noch ein Update machen, wo wir stehen mit den Handelsverhandlungen mit den USA? Großbritannien muss ja einige Zugeständnisse machen. Zum Beispiel haben Sie auch angekündigt, für 10 Milliarden Boeing-Flugzeuge zu kaufen und ihre Landwirtschaft zu öffnen. Wird die Schweiz dasselbe machen?
He only does it to be tall as me.
sia effettivamente disponibile a fare dei passi importanti in favore della pace, che invece sia chiaramente meno disponibile. Penso però che non dobbiamo gettare la spugna, penso che dobbiamo insistere per una cessata del fuoco incondizionato, che dobbiamo insistere per un accordo di pace serio che preveda garanzie di sicurezza per l'Ucraina, e continuiamo a lavorare anche in questi formati per questo obiettivo.
Presidente, non è passata al centro migranti di Giader prima di venire qui?
Non ho fatto in tempo.
Passerà dopo?
No, non faccio in tempo, ma insomma stiamo andando avanti, mi pare che il lavoro dimostri anche, diciamo, per la velocità, il funzionamento soprattutto dei rimpatri, che insomma si dimostri che alla fine, come avevamo promesso, stiamo andando avanti.
Si parla di
How are you, my dear friend? Well done for your resounding success at the elections. Impressive result, 52%. That is amazing. 52.1. Only I get that result in Malta. Well done. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Today we will have a EPC summit where I know that we will discuss issues which is important for all of European countries because unfortunately the situation is unstable in our region, and this is a good opportunity for my country as Latvia, as well as a member of the European Union, to meet and to coordinate our people's and societies' needs, like with Moldova, Albania, Ukraine. And we will use this summit for coordinating and making alliances how we can make our region more secure. Unfortunately, Russia's war continues in Ukraine, so I know we will discuss this issue, and we will ask for and demand for 30 days unconditional ceasefire. Because we know it's important. Ukraine wants it. Unfortunately, only Russia doesn't want a peace in our region. Therefore, if it doesn't happen, we will have to agree on next and further sanctions. Only that can stop Russia. So, because all countries in Europe want security for their people, for their societies. I know that today as well we will discuss issues of illegal migration and better economic cooperation, which is very important matter as well to Latvia, I know as well to Albania, and therefore we will use this EPC summit as a good platform to meet all the European leaders and discuss what's really important in our region. Thank you. Thank you.
Vediamo se per qualcosa. Teşekkür ederim.
Şimdi olmaz ya. Şimdi işimize bakalım. Çok işimiz var.
Sadece konuşmalarla ilgili bir şey sorabilir yani. Nasıl gidiyor? Hey enişte.
Beklentilerimiz nedir bu?
Çok şey bekliyoruz. Beraber kardeşimle Arnavutluk'tan tüm dünyaya barışı seslendireceğiz.
Azərbaycan-Ermənistan danışıqlarını necə qiymətləndirilir?
Ja, masz wy. Ragazzi.
Kısa bile olursa rica ederim.
Gereğini söylesene. Sen benim adıma cevap ver.
Ben meslektaşlarımıza iletirim efendim. Teşekkür ederiz.
Now it's all clear.
So I'm waiting for Andre and Macron.
Yeah, sure.
it's raining. Yeah. Starting by the rain. Yes. Thank you.
Δώστε μου ένα λεπτό, πρόεδρε.
ομπρέλα.
Πιάστε την ομπρέλα, πρόεδρε.
Τι θέλω. Να την κρατώ, να κάνουμε
δηλώσεις. Να την κρατάει η κοπέλα.
Thank you. Μια πολύ σημαντική σύνοδος που, να θυμίσω, ξεκίνησε πριν λίγα χρόνια με πρωτοβουλία του Γάλλου Προέδρου, ακριβώς για να φέρει μαζί τα κράτη-μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και τα άλλα ευρωπαϊκά κράτη, πλήστα των οποίων θέλουν να γίνουν κράτη-μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, για να έχουμε ένα ανοιχτό διάλογο. Οι προκλήσεις είναι κοινές, οι ευκαιρίες είναι κοινές και αυτό το φόρουμ προσφέρεται για ένα ανοιχτό και ειλικρινή διάλογο. Και είναι μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο που μπαίνει και το κυπριακό, ένα ευρωπαϊκό ζήτημα. Γνωρίζετε ότι η Τουρκία συμμετέχει σε αυτές τις συναντήσεις και μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο είναι και ο διορισμός, η απόφαση της Προέδρου της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής να διορίσει τον κύριο Χαν, μια πολιτική προσωπικότητα, να υπενθυμίσω 3 φορές επίτροπος, υπουργός στην Αυστρία, άλλες πολιτιακές θέσεις στη χώρα του, έτσι ώστε από τη μια αποδεικνύοντας την πράξη το ενδιαφέρον της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης για ένα δικό της, επαναλαμβάνω, πρόβλημα, αλλά την ίδια στιγμή να ενισχύσει την προσπάθεια που βρίσκεται σε εξέλιξη για επανέναρξη των διαπραγματεύσεων και επίλυση του Κυπριακού. Γνωρίζετε ότι η Τουρκία ενδιαφέρεται να ενισχύσει τις σχέσεις με την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Δεν μπορούμε να αλλάξουμε τη γεωγραφία, προτιμούμε να έχουμε ένα γείτονα που είναι κοντά στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, εφόσον αυτός ο γείτονας συμπεριφέρεται όπως συμπεριφέρονται τα κράτη-μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Σέβεται τις αρχές και τις αξίες της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, σέβεται το διεθνές δίκαιο και μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο ο διορισμός του κυρίου Χαν, που να θυμίσω ως επίτροπος που ασχολήθηκε με τα ευρωτουρκικά, γνωρίζει πάρα πολύ καλά και τις επιθυμίες της Τουρκίας, πώς αυτές μπορούν να προωθηθούν μέσα από συγκεκριμένες θετικές εξελίξεις, τόσο για το Κυπριακό, αλλά και γενικότερα για τις κυπριογενείς υποχρεώσεις της Τουρκίας. Άρα προσβλέπω στη συζήτηση που θα γίνει σήμερα, την ευκαιρία που θα έχουμε να ανταλλάξουμε απόψεις.
Russia's aggression on Ukraine. We believe that peace should be done, but it should be a just peace, which would not reward the aggressor of Ukraine.
Would you plan to visit the South Caucasus, including Azerbaijan?
I'm sorry?
Would you visit?
Do you plan to visit South Caucasus region?
Azerbaijan.
At the moment, there is no planned visit, but I was in Azerbaijan a year and a half ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Vai il microfono insieme.
Mene to osobno nije iznenadilo, međutim svaki korak koji vodi ka prestanku ratnih operacija, time i novih žrtava je pozitivan, ali konačno rješenje ne bi smjelo biti tako da nagradi Rusiju sa ukrajinskim teritorijem. To je loš presedan, kršenje međunarodnog prava, to znači da jači kvači, a to je smrt međunarodnog prava, budemo otvoreni.
Hoće biti razgovora o sankcijama, portali pišu da bi se danas ovdje moglo razgovarati i o carinama na ruski izvoz.
Pa vidjet ćemo danas, ima puno plenarnih situacija i nekoliko ovih panela. Ja vodim jedan od panela sa kosovskom predsjednicom Osmani, ali ovo nije sastanak koji donosi odluke. Ovo je konzultacijski format, tako da sve što se tiče sankcija mora ići nazad u briselske formate.
Da li će doći do dogovora oko tarifa između Europske unije i Amerike?
Pa evo, ja sam prošli tjedan bio u Washingtonu, razgovarao sam sa ključnim članom kabineta predsjednika Trumpa, dakle američkim trgovinskim predstavnikom Greerom na tu temu. Koncepcija Sjedinjenih Američkih Država je ta da žele manje više uravnoteženu trgovinsku razmjenu, dakle koliko negdje izvoze, toliko da uvoze. Mislim da su određeni propisi ne tu toliko carine, nego druge barijere.
You know, as a Secretary General of the Council of Europe, it is really important for me to be here and to have this occasion to have contacts and discussions with all the leaders, head of governments, head of states. It's interesting because the geographical scope of the EPC is exactly the same as the Council of Europe, and we need to work together. I mean, we need to rethink the architecture of security for the European continent. We need a strong democratic security, and we need to have a stable ground to build also this whole architecture. That's one point. The second point is about all the discussions that we have right now for the continent and our future. I mean, also the talks in Istanbul. Ukraine is a very important member state of the Council of Europe. We are supporting Ukraine since many years, really strongly. And we had, in the last ministerial of the Council of Europe, the last 2 days in Luxembourg, also the first discussions about the creation of the special tribunal addressing the crime of aggression. I mean, the Council of Europe is strongly dedicated to accountability with the European Court on Human Rights, with the register of damage for Ukraine, and now with the discussion of the special tribunal.
And we followed the injustice approaching to Azerbaijan delegate in the European Council last 2 years.
Sorry?
Our delegation, Azerbaijan delegation, didn't participate European Council last 2 years in Parliament Assembly. What is the reason?
I mean, for the Council of Europe, you mentioned, not the European Council, for the Council of Europe. For me, we have 46 member states, 46 proud and equal member states. That's why we are at this level of the Secretariat and the Committee of Ministers strongly in contact with Azerbaijan. I was myself in Baku, in November last year. I had a last meeting with President Aliyev in Antalya 3 weeks ago, and we are working on improving the relations and to see how we can have really 46 member states fully participating to the
your discussions on peace in the South Caucasus.
Yeah, thank you for asking on this. I mean, it is also for us from a huge concern. As you may know, we have the three countries of the South Caucasus, Georgia, Armenia and Azerbaijan as member states in the Council of Europe. We are working closely with them. And we are, fully concerned also by the peace discussions between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I was myself in contact with both sides. I will very soon, after the meeting I had with Azerbaijan, go to Armenia next month, also to have those discussions. And it was also always a good exchange with other member states, and lastly with Turkey, because I was in Ankara. And we need, all together to do what we can at best to have stability and peace in the whole region.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Só um minuto larga.
Sometimes.
Comment ça va?
Je vois soleil.
Tu vas bien?
Bravo.
Bonjour messieurs, dames. Bonjour à vous.
How are you? I'm very happy to be here with my friend.
Je ferai une conférence de presse tout à l'heure. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Ça va? C'est les Azerbaïdjanais.
Happy to be in Tirana today.
How are you?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Can you get a Brexit deal with Keir Starmer?
On Monday, big day on Monday.
Yeah.
Any deal for Keir Starmer?
Bonjour. Vous allez bien?
At a time when much of the world was still finding its voice, Albanian society was already shaping its identity with schools, traditions, and a deep sense of pride. Art, music, and wisdom flowed through villages and cities alike. This was not a forgotten land, but a vibrant culture ahead of its time. A heritage built on dignity, resilience, and vision.
We are flame and mountain, heart and storm. We love, we rise, and now we run toward the dawn of Europe.
Herzlich willkommen in Albanien. Bienvenue en Albanie. Dobrodošli u Albaniju. Benvenuti in Albania. Benvenuti Albania. Καλώς ήρθατε στην Αλβανία. Bienvenue en Albanie. Welkom in Albania. Albanya'ya hoş gelmişsiniz. Bienvenue en Albanie. Welcome to Albania. Velkommen in Albanien. Вітаємо в Албанії. Velkommen til Albanien. Welkom in Albania. Bine v-am venit în Albania. Direttore mast Albania se. Vítejte v Albánii. Dobré došli v Albania. Velkommen til Albania. Herzlich willkommen in Albanien. Direttore mast Albania se. Vítejte v Albánsku. Merhaba v Albania. Dobrodošli v Albánii. Direttore mast Albania se. Etili ostqenimo brzane v Albanici. Velkommen til Albanien. Dobrodošli v Albania. Mirë se vini në Shqipëri. Welcome to Albania. Dobrodošli u Albaniju. Pari kalus Albania. Dobrodošli u Albaniju. Tervetuloa Albaniaan. Welkom in Albanië. Üdvözöljük Albániában. Véget Albania. Lijpnelodem Albania. Willkommen in Albanien. Bine ați venit în Albania. Arnavutluğa hoş geldiniz. Dobrodošli u Albaniju. Witamy w Albanii. Arnavutluğa hoş geldiniz. Benvenuta a Albania. Benvenuti in Albania. Bienvenue en Albanie. Willkommen in Albania. Mirë se vini në Shqipëri.
Can you go a little bit down?
Simon, you have to move.
Sir, please. Please guys, down. Look. First line down, please. We have another line down. Şöyle ıslandın mı lan? Geliyor. Celo el salla, Celo. Celo. Celo. El salla. Okay, check. Celo. Check. Allah
Activiste olmasına şeylerden belgelerden çok var.
Bon. On va arrêter le signal peut-être.
Il n'y a même pas fait de
C'est dire ça, les gars de France Fast 2, ils sont...
Il y a même pas 6.
Et Loulou? Oui.
Sorry.
You have fun? I have not yet. Yeah, but we need.
How you do?
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Can you give what you need? Thank you.
Sign to the left, huh? I'll sign
As
on
you
the right.
wish.
The right side is the right side, huh? My color is blue, so. Ah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Over there. We're going here? You're showing me the show. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I would ask the photographers to make space for Europe to work.
Extra large EU. Europe.
The photographers, please. Europe has to work. Well, I have first to share sensitive information. It was a suspicion, but it became scientific proof from the European Weather Forecast Institute that the persisting and not indigenous rain was brought by the British delegation yesterday morning. I'm sorry. When you leave Europe, you always cry. Every time I head towards an EPC summit, I'm haunted by a 16th century painting hanging in the British National Gallery. The Rape of Europa by the Grand Master of Italian Renaissance, Paolo Veronese. In it, the Princess Europa, young and radiant, stares skyward as she mounts a white bull. The bull is, of course, Zeus in disguise, the king of the gods, who will carry her away to a land from which she will never return. There is something hauntingly familiar in this myth, a resonance that feels all the more acute in the times we live in. Maybe it's because more than being a character or a fixed identity, more than the labels of West or East, liberal or conservative, nationalist or socialist, Europe is a journey. And suddenly the journey has become much harder. Highly distinguished guests and very dear friends, trust me, I struggled to find the right words to express my delight in hosting this European Political Community Summit here in Albania. It is truly an immense honor for all my country, for all the Albanian people, to welcome you all to this country and to this purposefully constructed house for the European political community in Tirana, where you are not surrounded by the nightmare of Europa in Renaissance paintings, nor by the emptiness of a temporary gathering space. You are surrounded by Albanians' children's imagination of Europe. This was an obvious choice for us
because children's dreams are never held hostage by the myths of the past. They are instead about imagining the future. Very similar, by the way, to the dream of Europe's founding fathers. And you have landed at a particularly poignant moment in this country, where we have learned to view the past through the eyes of the future and no longer to look at the future through the eyes of the past. Your arrival follows an election campaign in which Europe featured more than ever before, not as a divisive issue, but as a joint claim to identity, not as a list of policies, but as a deep yearning for belonging, not as a set of homework assignments, but as a shared destiny. That is why it is so gratifying that the campaign centered on those keywords, Europe, identity, belonging, and destiny, won over 52% of the votes. For my dear friend Keir here, it was a result very similar to the Brexit referendum, but with the roles reversed, 52% for Remain, or in our case, Unite. Where it wasn't comparable, however, is the remaining 48% of the voters. They are not Eurosceptics. No, they are just ill-informed Euro-optimists who think I should have been fired for not having succeeded in uniting Albania with the EU long ago. But this is not my point. The idea of a united Europe is paradoxically both ancient and ever new. One of its earliest champions was a Frenchman in the 18th century, the Abbé de Saint-Pierre. In the ashes of the Treaty of Utrecht, after years of war, he envisioned a union of European states, a bold, idealistic vision of perpetual peace. His project even included cooperation with Russia, as well as with the Balkan and Mediterranean states, then under Ottoman rule. So I guess that for the visionary Abbé, today's Turkey would also be an indispensable partner in a union of perpetual peace. But the project failed, of course. It was killed by light interests and petty caprices, as Voltaire would put it, and swallowed by the fear that has long held Europe hostage. Even today, the myth of Europa persists, and the resemblance to the Europe gathered here today is striking. The dream of perpetual peace has been replaced by the nightmare of perpetual war. Instead of the bells of peace, we hear the drums of war. There is a palpable sense of shortness of breath as we confront the forces threatening Europe's very foundations. External aggression, internal fragmentation, the ghosts of imperial myths, shifting geopolitical alliances, the instability of global trade, and the deep, very deep difficulty of so many to believe in a new Europe for the new times. But I believe that there is no better moment than this one to remind us that while we rightfully think about a Europe of resistance, defense, and new military capabilities, we must not forget the other Europe, the Europe of enlightenment, human reason, and the quest for perpetual peace, not just among ourselves, but even with our enemies. That Europe, which at a certain point gave birth to the most improbable political project in human history, the European Union, taught us that even former mortal enemies could come together, their wounds still fresh from the battle, and create a bond for life. They turned old rivers of blood into new avenues of peace, agreeing that conflict could only be tamed through commerce, that free trade is essential to free minds, and that security comes not from increasing threats, but from expanding rights and equal opportunities. It was that Europe that taught us that in the midst of the most horrific conflicts, we must maintain some faith in the humanity of our enemies. Otherwise, as Immanuel Kant reminds us, when hostilities degenerate into a war of extermination, all justice is destroyed and perpetual peace becomes the burial ground of humankind. The enemies of peace should not drag us into the glorification of weapons. Here in the Balkans, we have survived war, bombs, territorial conflicts, destruction and disruption. It happened in our lifetimes, not in some distant black and white documentary archive. And we have learned that peace has no competitors. Perhaps that is why hope in that other Europe is greatest here. The most Euro-optimistic among all of us gathered today in this house live not in Paris or in Berlin, but in Tirana and Podgorica, where belief in the European ideal runs deep. We have survived economic collapse. We have survived migration and displacement. We have survived fake news even before the term was coined. And we have learned that cooperation has no losers. Perhaps that's why we believe that Europe remains the most fertile ground to turn the darker currents of history into shining paths of the future. Europe for us is as much a shared spiritual space as it is a mosaic of many different regions, languages, and religions. Perhaps that's why we feel the need, not just for new policies, but for a new kind of politics, one that redefines not only who we are, but how we are together among us and with the world. One that sees Europe not as a fortress to defend, nor as a museum to preserve, but as a shared soul to be protected, a shared destiny to be lived, and a shared future to be built. To do that, we must not only invest in defense and resilience, but in the hearts and minds that will carry forward Europe's soul, Europe's destiny, and Europe's future. And let me ask you, my very dear friends, why not imagine an EPC of education, of science, and artificial intelligence, and transnational lines beyond weaponry, a terrain of interconnected sources of knowledge, research, and innovation, where non-EU or not yet EU territories can become new frontiers for investments, free from bureaucracy, regulations, and fiscal burdens. A revival of what followed the fall of the Berlin Wall, when Western Europe discovered its eastern half, and the investments flowed eastward, drawing the newcomers into the embrace of a free Europe and ushering the last sustained era of growth, of real growth in the old Europe, where high dividends returned from the investments in the new frontier. Let's give Europe's young people and start-uppers a better reason to stay than just talking about weapons and rearming. And let's give them a strong motivation to build and to dream on European soil, instead of looking and going far away to follow their dreams. Our struggle cannot be solely about resisting what others might do to us. It must also be about what we must do for ourselves, our children, and our Europe. It's not just about resisting destruction, this goes without saying, but it's about daring to build, to revive the wisdom of our history, and to strengthen the faith in our own human reason capabilities. When Donald Trump says that God saved him from the bullet because the Almighty had a plan for America, he tells only half of the truth. The other half is that God had a plan for Europe too. And it could not be more obvious. Europe, once again, has a God-given opportunity to reinvent itself. Let us ensure that Europa's journey, ours in this case, is not one of abduction, as in the painting of Veronese, but of return and renaissance. Return home, to a home filled with dreams of the future, free from myths of the past, by no doubt very well protected but by no doubt resembling not the shape of weapons, but the imagination of both our children and our founding fathers, to a vision that is ours to make real. Thank you very much. And now, as a host, I am honored to pass the floor to the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, dear Eddie, for your, it's true, rainy, but very warm, creative and inspirative welcome for this first EPC summit which takes place here in the Western Balkans. The title of today's meeting is very fitting, A New Europe in a New World. I believe that is the main question for the European political community today. What is Europe's role in this new world? After the end of the Second World War, we built a new global order based on the United Nations Charter, international law, and increasing trade and cooperation. That international order was not perfect, but it provided a solid framework for peace and growing prosperity, especially here in Europe. Now, that rules-based order is being undermined from many sides. Russia's aggression against Ukraine brought large-scale war back to the European continent. This war is an assault on the international community, on all the principles we hold dear, like national sovereignty, the inviolability of international borders, and territorial integrity. The situation in Gaza is a humanitarian tragedy, where international law is systematically violated, where a whole people is being subjected to crushing, disproportionate military force. For decades, international trade and economic cooperation connected peoples and spread mutual prosperity. Now that interdependency is being turned into an instrument of power and pressure. Multilateralism has been the glue connecting humanity with the United Nations at its core. Peace and security, climate change, human rights, all of these global issues can only be advanced if we act collectively. And yet, multilateralism is under relentless attack. Europe has an enormous stake in all of these areas. So our continent needs to join forces. Europe must succeed in bringing a just and lasting peace to Ukraine. International law must prevail, and we know, dear Volodymyr, that your security is also our security. Europe must also invest more in its own defense, because we have learned that peace without defense is an illusion. Europe must succeed in creating the conditions for a two-state solution in the Middle East, because continued neglect will not just undermine the stability of Europe's neighborhood, it will fatally weaken our moral authority in the world. Europe must succeed in deepening and extending its networks of global trade and prosperity. We should never give in to the temptation of protectionism, but we should always aim for mutual beneficial partnerships and avoid a zero-sum mentality. Europe must succeed in defending multilateralism by leading on the implementation of the Pact for the Future, by upholding the Paris Agreement on climate change, by protecting the oceans like a global common good, and of course, by remaining a staunch pillar of the United Nations. And Europe will succeed. I want to tell you today that the European Union is ready to play its full part in this new Europe, in the new world, working closely with all our European partners. The EU will remain a reliable partner, a predictable partner in European integration, in economic and energy cooperation, in security and defense, in protecting our climate. So, use the energy, the motivation, the faith of these children, and the energy of our friend Edi Rama to get work together as Europeans. Thank you.
And now it's my honor to pass the floor to the President of the Republic of France, Emmanuel Macron. Your Majesty.
Merci, Eddy. Merci beaucoup de nous accueillir pour ce sommet. Félicitations pour le résultat électoral et en effet ce chemin européen et cette confiance dans l'avenir, dans l'Europe que tu as exprimé. Merci et je suis heureux de retrouver ici tous et toutes pour ce 6e sommet de la communauté politique européenne et le premier dans la région des Balkans. Et donc merci pour l'immense hospitalité et aussi pour avoir rappelé que derrière le rêve européen et ce qui nous unit, l'Europe n'est pas simplement une géographie, mais elle est toujours une mythologie, un récit et une traversée. Et de rappeler que cette Europe de la Renaissance, des Lumières, celle de la paix, du progrès et de la culture est celle qui nous a inspirés et qui, au fond, donne envie. Néanmoins, nous nous retrouvons dans un moment de la vie de nos nations et de cette région qui, je crois, emprunte d'une certaine gravité la rencontre d'aujourd'hui, compte tenu des enjeux qui sont les nôtres. Et en fond, en essayant de préparer cette rencontre, je frappais de voir à quel point, et de manière sans doute inédite, on a aujourd'hui sur notre Europe un défi sur toutes les sécurités. Et réunir cette Europe large, au-delà de l'Union européenne, réunir justement entre égaux tous les chefs d'État et de gouvernement et toutes les nations qui sont ici représentées, c'est essayer de donner une chance à notre grand continent de faire face aux défis qui sont les siens à travers l'unité. Et je pense que l'unité entre nous tous est indispensable aujourd'hui compte tenu des menaces et des risques de division qui pèsent sur le continent. Évidemment, la première sécurité est la sécurité géopolitique. Vous l'avez exprimé l'un et l'autre. Et les menaces de guerre, de division qui frappent l'Europe et qui parfois menacent sa propre unité. C'est d'abord évidemment la guerre d'agression russe en Ukraine. Et Volodymyr sait combien ici il a notre solidarité. Et je pense que la bataille que nous menons tous, que nous avons portée nos collectifs la semaine dernière avec Keir, Donald et Friedrich, la coalition des volontaires qui s'est constituée et unit beaucoup ici autour de cette table pour soutenir l'Ukraine est importante. D'abord pour obtenir le cessez-le-feu. Et si besoin était, je crois que les dernières heures ont montré à cet égard que la Russie n'avait pas envie de cessez-le-feu. Et que s'il n'y a pas une pression accrue des Européens et des Américains pour obtenir ce résultat, il ne sera pas spontané. Et au fond, la Russie veut reprendre des discussions qui sont connues, celles qui se sont tenues entre février et mai 2022, qui n'ont pas empêché les crimes de guerre à Boutcha et ailleurs et qui n'ont donné aucun résultat. Et nous devons pousser sur ce chemin et bâtir une paix juste et durable pour l'Ukraine. C'est aussi tout le travail qui est en train d'être finalisé et j'espère qu'il sera parachevé et qui permettra un traité de paix entre l'Arménie et l'Azerbaïdjan. Et je veux dire ici vraiment à Nicole et Ilham notre plein soutien à tous pour obtenir sur ce chemin la signature de ce traité de paix. C'est d'avancer sur des questions qui restent entre Belgrade et Pristina. C'est d'apporter notre soutien à la Moldavie, victime chaque jour des ingérences russes. Et c'est rappeler l'importance d'échéances électorales en cours qui, là aussi, on le sait très bien, font l'objet de telles ingérences. Et enfin, comme vient de le dire Antonio, c'est nous coordonner pour apporter une réponse tous ensemble à la situation humanitaire inacceptable à Gaza, obtenir là aussi un cessez-le-feu immédiat, une réponse humanitaire, puis une réponse politique, qui est la seule possibilité d'avoir un chemin qui est clé pour l'unité de nos pays et les principes que nous défendons, mais qui est aussi le seul moyen, au vu du reste du monde, d'être compris sur ce que nous faisons sur l'Ukraine. Et je ne compare aucune situation, mais je veux insister pour nous tous sur cela. L'essentiel de l'humanité, la Chine, l'Inde, le continent africain, le proche Moyen-Orient, le Pacifique et l'Asie et l'Amérique latine nous regardent. Parfois, ils ne comprennent pas totalement ce qu'on fait sur l'Ukraine, soyons lucides, mais il faut l'assumer et l'expliquer. Mais elles ne nous comprennent plus du tout sur l'Ukraine quand nous restons silencieux sur Gaza. Ce qu'elles nous disent, vous êtes étranges, vous nous dites que notre vie est en jeu quand il y a la souveraineté territoriale qui est attaquée, puis vous fermez les yeux quand il y a un massacre. Et je ne compare rien, je sais les histoires, mais je veux vraiment ici nous réveiller collectivement sur la cohérence que nous devons tenir sur ces points. Au fond, nous le voyons, toutes ces situations montrent le besoin de paix, la nécessité évidemment de revenir par la diplomatie, mais c'est le chemin sur lequel nous devons trouver l'unité pour notre sécurité et sur lequel nous devons construire aussi une réponse collective. Et derrière, pour être crédible, là aussi, avoir une réponse commune. Une large majorité d'entre nous font partie de l'OTAN, mais nous avons aussi besoin d'avoir un pilier européen fort dans l'OTAN et d'agir en Européen pour notre sécurité collective. Et les dernières semaines et les derniers mois l'ont montré. Et l'Europe large prend encore plus de force et de pertinence dans le moment que nous vivons pour justement assurer sa propre sécurité. La communauté politique européenne est aussi l'espace qui permet de bâtir la sûreté pour nos populations. Et à cet égard, la lutte contre les trafics de drogue, le narcotrafic, la lutte contre l'immigration illégale sont des sujets essentiels que nous avons commencé à évoquer tous ensemble et sur lesquels je souhaite que nous puissions ensemble commencer à structurer des coalitions d'États, d'organisations internationales, d'agences européennes spécialisées pour lutter contre les trafics, notamment portuaires et fluviaux, et bâtir des échanges de données, lutter contre le financement illicite, le blanchiment et la corruption, et renforcer les programmes de prévention. C'est une bataille qui est clé, qui est attendue par nos populations. Tous ces trafics sont liés entre eux, et la communauté politique européenne est aussi l'espace qui permet de bâtir des coopérations très concrètes en la matière. Troisième élément, c'est la sécurité démocratique. Alain a bercé la porte ô combien dans tous ses discours et à travers son organisation. Mais nous voyons à travers nos élections, la Roumanie le vit en ce moment, je l'évoquais, la Moldavie l'a vécu il y a très peu de temps, nous avons très clairement des menaces qui sapent l'intégrité de nos démocraties, qui minent leur résilience, et nous subissons des manipulations lors des périodes électorales, mais des ingérences informationnelles étrangères à peu près tout le temps. Et c'est quelque chose qui sape la sécurité démocratique de notre Europe. Et donc face à cela, et à ces fameuses FIMIS, nous avons lancé à Blenheim l'initiative qui a été portée avec Maya Sandu en créant un réseau de points de contact au niveau de la CPE pour améliorer la coopération entre nous. Et il faut aller plus loin en protégeant mieux nos infrastructures critiques face aux cyberattaques, en renforçant nos cadres réglementaires sur les contenus illicites en ligne, en traquant les flux financiers qui alimentent ces actions hybrides, mais cette sécurité démocratique est essentielle. Sinon, en particulier la Russie, continueront de déstabiliser nos opinions publiques pour bouger les lignes. La Commission européenne, je le sais, a des initiatives en cours, mais ce qui a été porté par Maya à Blenheim, je pense, est un point important sur lequel on peut accrocher tout ça. Puis le dernier point, c'est la sécurité économique. Je l'évoquais à Budapest, mais je pense qu'on n'a pas encore suffisamment pris la mesure que nous constituons un marché de 700 millions d'habitants. Et ce marché a une puissance extraordinaire. Il est beaucoup plus gros que le marché américain, il est beaucoup plus cohérent. Et en fait, compte tenu du niveau de vie moyen, il est plus structurant que le marché chinois. Si nous savons agir tous ensemble, c'est une énorme puissance de feu. D'abord, en renforçant les coopérations, en abattant les barrières tarifaires, en ayant de la convergence réglementaire, pour faire de notre grande Europe, de notre large Europe, quelque chose de beaucoup plus uni sur le plan commercial et sur le plan de l'intégration économique. C'est tous les débats qu'on a entre l'Union européenne et Royaume-Uni et qui sont menés en ce moment, mais c'est aussi les débats qu'on avait eus et que vous aviez structurés, en particulier Alexandre et Eddy, sur toute la région. Mais je souhaite qu'on puisse vraiment aller beaucoup plus loin sur cette intégration économique de la région, indépendamment des sujets d'élargissement et d'Union européenne. Et je pense que nous devons nous coordonner très fortement pour faire face à toutes les attaques extérieures ou, au fond, à tout ce qui crée de la concurrence déloyale. On est tous face aux tarifs américains, coordonnons-nous. On sera beaucoup plus fort si on se coordonne avec un marché de 700 millions d'habitants et de consommateurs. On fait tous face à la concurrence déloyale de certains produits venant d'Asie, en raison de différences de règles ou de la sursubvention de surcapacité. Coordonnons-nous, on sera beaucoup plus fort pour protéger nos marchés et ce commun. Et donc, je souhaite qu'on essaie de structurer aussi une réflexion et un travail autour de la sécurité économique à l'échelle du continent et donc autour de la communauté politique européenne. Voilà les quelques mots que je voulais dire, mais au fond, on le voit bien, notre grande Europe est à un moment de réveil géopolitique. Si justement on veut éviter le rapt et la Renaissance a continué de peindre les mythes et au fond le grand risque que Europe court, alors je ne sais pas si c'est Zeus transformé en taureau qui la ravira, ce que je sais c'est que les risques se multiplient face à nous et que la communauté politique européenne est un espace qui nous permet de structurer sur le plan géopolitique et militaire, sur le plan des sécurités et de la sûreté de nos pays, sur le plan économique et sur le plan démocratique, des réponses très concrètes par des coalitions d'action. Et donc pour ça, je pense qu'il est temps, comme ça avait été proposé par Victor et comme Eddy l'a suivi, en effet de formaliser par un secrétariat léger une équipe de coordination de soutien pour suivre les projets concrets de la CPE, qui pourrait être assurée par la troïka des présidences et le président du Conseil européen, et du coup à chaque fois de pouvoir prévoir les 2 présidences à venir, ce qui permettrait d'avoir en permanence des troïkas et un suivi des projets que nous lançons dans ce cadre. En tout cas, Eddy, merci de nous permettre de nous retrouver à Tirana et merci pour l'hospitalité et l'amour lyrique de notre Europe que tu portes.
Thank you, and now it's an honor to give the floor to a special friend of all of us and my dear friend V, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Thank you so much, dear friend. Thank you so much, Eddy. Prime Minister Ramar, thank you, and thank you, Albania, for hosting us today. Not just in a beautiful country, but in a country that believes in Europe and stands for its future. Dear friends, thank you all for your support, and I appreciate that we share the same understanding. This war Russia against Ukraine must be ended as soon as possible and in a just way. Ukraine needs peace. Peace in Europe depends on whether Ukraine will get it. All of you know that this week we had a real chance to take important steps toward ending this war, if only Putin had not been afraid to come to Turkey. I was in Ankara yesterday, and thanks for participation and hosting us, President Erdogan. And I was ready for a direct meeting with Putin, whether in Ankara or in Istanbul, and not just for a meeting, but to resolve all the important issues to my mind. But he didn't agree to anything, Putin. And you can also see that the Russian delegation that came to Istanbul is of a very low level. None of them are people who actually make decisions in Russia. Still, I send our team to Istanbul, led by Ukraine's Minister of Defense, at least to see if those Russians can actually decide anything. Our number one priority is a full, unconditional and honest ceasefire. This must happen immediately to stop the killing and create a solid basis for diplomacy, first of all. And if the Russian representatives in Istanbul today cannot even agree to that, to ceasefire, to this clearly necessary first step, then it will be 100% clear that Putin continues to undermine diplomacy. If that's not the case, there must be at least some result today, starting with a ceasefire. The Ukrainian delegation has a mandate to make decisions. As we saw yesterday, Russia sent almost the same people it sent in 2022. This shows that Russia has not changed its basic approach. They make many statements, many threats, but solve nothing. They are doing everything they can to turn this Istanbul meeting into a staged, empty process, just like the ones in 2022. It's not us or Western leaders who are disrupting the negotiation that the Russians have been claiming for years. It's Russians who send empty heads to the talks. And that's what destroys the meaning of diplomacy. So if it turns out that the Russian delegation really is just theatrical and can't deliver any results today, the world must respond. There needs to be a strong reaction, including sanctions against Russia's energy sector and banks. Pressure must continue to rise until real progress is made. Ukraine is ready to take all realistic steps to end this war. I call on Putin to give his delegation real authority, and we need a full stop to the killing, long enough to give diplomacy a real chance. Secondly, we must build at least a minimum level of trust in the negotiation process. This can be done by releasing prisoners of war, returning Ukrainian children taken by Russia, and releasing civilian hostages currently held by the Russian side. Third, we need to clearly define which issues must be handled at the leadership level, not below. And we all know who makes the real decisions in Russia. Fourth, together with our leaders and together with the countries who are here with us today, we have begun to create a new security architecture for Ukraine and all of Europe. I thank everyone who is on board. Now it's time to move to very practical steps. And fifth, the United States. President Trump wants to end this war. We need to keep working closely with President and stay as coordinated as possible. Long-term US support is also essential. An American backstop is needed. It's important that we all work together on every level to make that happen. And of course, I will keep you informed throughout the day about what is happening in Istanbul and whether there is any chance the Russian delegation will take real steps to stop the killing and bring the war to an end. Thank you, Eddie, again for the invitation.
Thank you so much, and it's a particular honor to have here with us, and always a special guest in Albania, the President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Değerli devlet ve hükümet başkanları, kıymetli katılımcılar, sizleri şahsım ve milletim adına saygıyla selamlıyorum. Avrupa Siyasi Topluluğu 6. zirvesinde sizlerle tekrar bir arada olmaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Arnavutluk Başbakanı değerli dostum Sayın Edi Rama başta olmak üzere zirvenin düzenlenmesinde emeği geçenlere teşekkür ediyorum. Kıtamızı yeniden tanımlayacak yeni bir vizyonu konuşmak için bir araya geldik. Birlik içinde, işbirliği temelinde ve ortak eylem ruhuyla hareket etmemiz her zamankinden daha fazla önem taşıyor. Uluslararası alandaki güven bunalımının aşılması için adil ve kapsayıcı bir küresel yönetişim mimarisinin tesis edilmesine ihtiyaç var. Güvenliğin bölünmezliği ve refahın daha hakkaniyetli paylaşılması ilkeleri üzerinde bina edilecek bu dönüşümü bizler Avrupa kıtası olarak öncelikle kendi evimizde başlatmalıyız. savunma sanayi, enerji, ulaştırma koridorları ve bağlantısallık, arz ve tedarik zincirleri, dijital piyasalar ve kritik mineraller gibi muazzam işbirliği potansiyeline sahip olduğumuz birçok alan bulunuyor. Avrupa güvenliğinin geleceğini istişare ettiğimiz bu kritik dönemde Avrupa Birliği'nin kendi savunma sanayisini geliştirmesine yönelik gayretler faydalıdır. Bu çabaların NATO'nun merkezi rolünü aşındırmayacak şekilde birlik üyesi olmayan müttefikleri de kapsaması gerektiğini düşünüyoruz. REARM ve SAFE gibi girişimlerin bu anlayışla yürütülmesinin Avrupa güvenliğinin hayrına olacağına inanıyoruz. Geçmişte Avrupa'da yaşanan birçok savaş ve ihtilaf bize göstermiştir ki savunma ve güvenlik gibi son derece hayati olan konularda bölündükçe zayıflıyoruz, birleştikçe güçleniyoruz. Kıymetli dostlar, ortak geleceğimizi düşünürken hiç şüphesiz ekonomik güvenliğimizi teminat altına alacak adımları da istişare etmemiz gerekiyor. Türkiye 1,3 trilyon dolar ekonomik büyüklüğü, 85 milyonu aşan genç ve dinamik nüfusu, rekabetçi sanayisi ve büyük tüketim pazarlarına doğrudan erişimiyle kritik önemdedir. Avrupa Birliği ile gümrük birliğimizin güncellenmesinin, tedarik zincirlerinin güvenliğine katkı sunacağı kanaatindeyiz. Ayrıca bu adımın otomotiv, ilaç, savunma sanayi gibi kritik sektörlerde ortak üretim ve yatırım imkanlarının önünü açacağına inanıyoruz. İnsanlarımızın ve dolayısıyla mal, hizmet ve sermayenin hareketliliğini kısıtlayan Schengen gibi vize uygulamalarının da gözden geçirilmesi şart. Son yıllardaki yatırımlarımızla ve doğalgaz alanındaki anlaşmalarla ülkemizi bölge coğrafyası için önemli bir enerji merkezi haline getirme hedefimize adım adım yaklaşıyoruz. Bölgenin en gelişmiş enerji altyapısına sahip ülkesi olarak enerji dönüşüm sürecinde Türkiye, Avrupa'da önemli bir aktördür. Yenilenebilir enerji alanındaki adımlarımız sadece ülkemiz için değil, tüm bölge için fırsatlar sunuyor. Çok taraflı ulaştırma güzergahlarının merkezinde konumlanan Türkiye, Avrupa'nın kesintisiz tedarik zincirlerinin muhafazasına ciddi katkı sağlıyor. Değerli dostlar, Ukrayna'da silahların susması ve barış zemininin oluşturulması için kritik bir dönemeçteyiz. Geçmişte olduğu gibi bugün de kapsamlı bir ateşkes öncelikli olmak üzere çözüme dönük çabaların her birine katkı sağlıyoruz. Sürecin hassasiyetine binaen bir dayatmada bulunmaksızın tarafların teşvik edilmesi, adil ve kalıcı barışa ulaşılması bakımından çok önemlidir. Sayın Trump, Putin ve Zelenski ile ayrı ayrı görüşmelerimiz oldu. Sayın Macron ve Meloni beni aradılar. Zelenski dün Ankara'daydı. Kendisiyle görüşmemiz sonrasında teknik görüşmelere başlama kararı aldı. Mart 2022'den bu yana ilk kez akan kanı durdurma noktasında önemli bir fırsat penceresi aralandı. Nitekim şu anda İstanbul'da Dışişleri Bakanımın riyasetinde görüşmeler Rusya, Ukrayna, Türkiye arasında devam ediyor. Bunun heba edilmemesi gerektiğine inanıyorum. Gelinen aşamada barışın süratle tesisi için Ukrayna ve Rusya arasında diyalog kanallarının açık tutulması için buradaki tüm ortaklarımızın desteğine güveniyoruz. her zaman ifade ettiğim gibi adil bir barışın kaybedeni olmayacaktır. Türkiye bu süreçte üzerine düşenleri yapmaya devam edecektir. Sayın devlet ve hükümet başkanları, Gazze'de 20 aydır eşi görülmemiş bir insani felaket yaşanıyor. Her gün çoğu çocuk ve kadın, onlarca masum katlediliyor. Buna dur demek, artık yeter demek mecburiyetindeyiz. Netanyahu'nun uzlaşmaz, saldırgan ve kibirli tutumu Gazze ile birlikte tüm bölgemizi, burada yaşayan farklı inançlardan insanları da tehlikeye atıyor. Gazze'de ateşkesin tesisi için de Avrupa'nın gereken iştiyak ve ilgiyi göstermesini bekliyoruz. Gazze'de 2 milyondan fazla insanın açlığa mahkum edilmesi karşısında uluslararası camianın eylemsiz kalması ne vicdani kıstaslarla ne insanlık onuruyla bağdaşmaktadır. Kalıcı ateşkesin yanı sıra insani yardım sevkiyatının teminat altına alınması ve Gazze'nin yeniden yaşanabilir hale getirilmesi için de tüm imkanlarımızı seferber etmeliyiz. Esas hedefimiz ise sürdürülebilir tek çözümü teşkil edecek olan 2 devletli çözümü hayata geçirmek olmalıdır. Suriye'de yaklaşık 14 yıldır süren çatışmaların sona ermesiyle yeni ve umut dolu bir sayfa açılmıştır. Amerikan Başkanı Sayın Trump'ın Suriye'ye yönelik yaptırımları kaldıracağını duyurması, Suriye'nin bir an önce refaha kavuşması için atılmış çok kıymetli bir adımdır. Bu kararıyla Sayın Trump, bölgesel istikrara ve kalkınmaya verdiği önemi bir kez daha göstermiştir. Söz konusu kararın diğer ülkelere de örnek olmasını diliyoruz. Avrupa Birliği tarafından sabık rejime yönelik getirilen yaptırımların aynı şekilde ivedilikle kaldırılmasını, yeniden imar faaliyetleri için mali destek sağlanmasını bekliyoruz. Elbette bu destek, ülke dışındaki Suriyelilerin gönüllü, onurlu ve güvenli geri dönüşlerini de hızlandırıcı bir etki yapacaktır. Kıymetli devlet ve hükümet başkanları, belirsizliklerin arttığı mevcut ortam, bizleri ortak çözümler etrafında kenetlenmeye mecbur kılıyor. Dayanışmayı, kaynaklarımızı iyi kullanmayı ve samimi işbirliğini sağladığımızda kıta olarak üstesinden gelemeyeceğimiz tehdit ve sınama kalmayacağına canı gönülden inanıyorum. Bu düşüncelerle toplantımızın güvenli, müreffeh ve istikrarlı bir Avrupa için hayırlar getirmesini temenni ediyor. Hepinize saygılarımı sunuyorum.
Thank you very much. Now it's an honor on behalf of the people of the Protectorate of Albania to give the floor to the Italian Prime Minister and Protector of our country, Giorgia Meloni.
Dear colleagues, good morning everyone, and let me say thanks to Eddie, not for being a protectorate, but for his warm hospitality in the summit, and also for making me feel very young again with that video he showed in the inauguration. And I want also to congratulate Eddie for his absolutely unexpected re-election as the leader here of the Albanian government. I'm happy that Europe will continue to count on his spirit and his determination. Albania is hosting the European political community for the first time. I value it as particularly significant, not only for this nation, but for all of us I have always considered the European identity as fact, established by history even before geography. A concept harder to enclose in a definition than to understand by impulse. Albania is, of course, Europe, just like Italy or Serbia or Norway, regardless of whether they are part of this or that organization. That is why it always makes me smile when someone attempts to claim the right to decide who's European and who's not. Among the states that are around this table today, several have decided not to join the EU, others aspire to be part of it. Both are no less European than the 27 EU member states. Yet the EU is today the soundest common home to achieve what I like to call the European reunification, attained amongst people who may differ from one another, and yet they are a part of one whole, like the different fingers of a hand. Peoples who have fought each other over the centuries, yet are in reality one single people. Also, for this reason, being here today means taking a step forward in the historic process of reunifying Europe, because if we really want to build a new Europe in a new world, we cannot imagine doing so without the Western Balkans, without their peoples, without their identities and historical backgrounds. Western Balkans do not lie on Europe's finger or beyond our continent. They are in the very heart of our continent. They are the bridge region between the East and the West, between what St. John Paul II liked to call the two lungs of Europe. For this reason, Italy is committed in Brussels to asserting a strategic approach to the Western Balkans to take into due account, despite the complex challenges posed by the region, the need to provide these countries with a clear EU integration perspective. Of course, enlargement involves new challenges, but I'm convinced that the European integration of Western Balkans, as well as towards the East, is also a strategic investment on Europe's own security, even more so in light of what is happening on our borders. We live in an extremely interconnected world. Our destinies, interdependence is fact. What happens on Europeans' eastern borders is connected with what happens on its Mediterranean borders and vice versa. The wound that Russia's wars of aggression against Ukraine has inflicted on the rules-based international system still produces the stabilizing effects well beyond the war borders. And like a domino, this contributes to reigniting or detonating other crisis hotbeds. We have witnessed this in the Middle East, and not only there. That is why we will continue to stand by Ukraine and to strive for this war to immediately come to an end, because our security and freedom depend on restoring the force of law over the law of the strongest. And speaking of Europe and freedom, I believe it is nothing more European than a people willing to risk everything to defend its own freedom and independence. Every day, the heroism and tenacity of the Ukrainian people reminds us what Europe is and what the deepest aspect of our common identity is: freedom. We defend our freedom and we want peace. Volodymyr and the Ukrainian people want peace, and we newly witnessed it yesterday. The world saw who was really willing to sit at a negotiation table and who was not. And this shows also with respect to certain propaganda who looks for peace and who doesn't. At the same time, we must not interpret what happened yesterday as a setback and throw in the towel. Instead, we must insist with determination to finally achieve an unconditional ceasefire and a true peace agreement with serious security guarantees for Ukraine, and we are absolutely ready to do what is needed to reach this goal. However, colleagues, I do agree with many things that Eddie said in his speech, but building a new Europe in a new world, as advocated by this session, means, in my opinion, before talking about what we have to do, starting from our very foundations and reflecting mainly on who we are. None of us is interested in strengthening any form of union amongst European states, if not for protecting what we are and what we want to continue to be in the coming decades and centuries in such a fast-changing world. Because if Europe sometimes proves unable to face the great challenges, it is no one else's fault. It is our responsibility. And it is up to us to choose whether to go along a decline or instead fight it. And if we decide to fight it, first of all, we need to regain awareness, which is mainly awareness of who we are, what the European civilization is, of the great achievements it has accomplished across the history of humankind. A synthesis of values resulting from the encounter between Greek philosophy, Roman law, Christian humanism, a synthesis of values that allowed European civilization to conceive a world in which the person is central, life is sacred, and human beings are free and equal. A civilization that respects the identities of the others without denying its own, and that builds peace where instead others see destruction. We are this. We are this before everything. And I think we have, first of all, to remember it every day if we want to build a Europe up to the role received from history. Thank you.
Thank you, and with true gratitude for his historical visit yesterday as the first Prime Minister of United Kingdom to ever land in Albania for a bilateral meeting, and with the worldwide known Balkan spirit of forgiveness for having brought such an intense rain. I'm honored to give the floor to the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Keir Starmer. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eddie, and it's really good to see everyone around the table here today. And thank you, Eddie, for bringing us together. I would remind you it was sunny when I got off the plane yesterday morning. We brought the sun from London, and this rumour that the weather is down to the British is completely wrong. But look, you've brought us together, Eddie. It is a really important day, a really important meeting, because this is a crucial moment for our continent. And that's been reflected, I think, in the remarks of everybody so far. And I was struck by your opening words, Eddie, because we are entering a new era. We are all saying that, and we need to recognise that it's a new era, but it's one characterised by volatility and instability, sadly. That is the new era that we are entering. As we do so, the opportunity for all European leaders to come together, each of us facing challenges for our security and our economies. I think as we do that, the value of the EPC could not be clearer. So it is very important that we're here today. That's why I was so pleased to host the summit last year at Blenheim Palace, very shortly after my government was elected, within the first 2 weeks. I was very pleased because it was very important for me to signal our intent from the very beginning to work more closely with our European partners and strengthen the UK's relationship with the EU, not based on rehashing arguments about the past, but looking forward to the future. And since then, as you'll have seen, we've dramatically stepped up our engagement with European allies, recognising that partnership is vital to our delivery of security and renewal, and particularly to working people in the UK who want that security and that renewal and deserve it. And we will be strengthening our alliances across Europe, which is why I was really pleased, Eddie, to be the first British Prime Minister to come for a bilateral visit here to Albania and work with you as our partners. And that's why I'm very pleased to be hosting Ursula and Antonio in London on Monday for the first UK-EU summit, a very important moment in this new era. And a moment that is about recognising that many of the challenges we face, whether that's migration, growth, security, they are shared challenges, and only shared solutions will solve them. And obviously, our most urgent challenge here today is securing a just and lasting peace for Ukraine, a just and lasting peace. Those words, just and lasting, being so important. And that is why it's vital that we all step up to do more for our own defence. And last week I announced a major package of sanctions on the Russian shadow fleet, ramping up the pressure on Putin and protecting our critical infrastructure. And Emmanuel and I have worked very hard with many of you in recent months to bring together political and military leaders under our coalition of the willing, and I thank everybody who's been part of that. And of course, together with Friedrich and Donald, we joined Vladimir in Kyiv last weekend, not just an important symbol of solidarity and support 80 years after the end of the Second World War, and a reminder that the values that were fought for 80 years ago are precisely the same values that we are fighting for tomorrow, at the moment, in relation to Ukraine, but also an important moment to bring together, and supported by President Trump, the argument about an unconditional ceasefire, that Putin must come to the table for that unconditional ceasefire, and to issue, as we did last weekend, that ultimatum. Now, having issued that ultimatum, we must be prepared to follow through, because if Russia won't come to the negotiating table, Putin must pay the price. And I think yesterday, as already been mentioned, was further evidence that Putin is not serious about peace. Russia is dragging its feet and playing games, whilst Ukraine has shown itself to be the party of peace. And Vladimir, your leadership throughout this conflict, your leadership in fighting the Russian aggression and the resilience and courage of the Ukrainian people is, I think, something for us all to hold up, but also your leadership in the fight for peace, because it was you that put on the table some weeks ago now the unconditional ceasefire. So Ukraine is clearly the party of peace, and we all need to line up as allies to ensure that we get the ceasefire that is desperately needed and deliver sanctions if that is necessary. And the United Kingdom is fully committed to playing our full part, which is why we've boosted our defence spending to 2.5% of GDP in 2027, with the clear ambition to reach 3% in the next Parliament. And I know others here are stepping up, obviously, as well, so that together we deliver a generational shift in European defence and tackle the challenges that undermine our stability and security. And those challenges include migration, a challenge that preys on the most vulnerable and places a huge strain on our immigration system, as well as our public services. And that's why I put illegal migration on the agenda at Blenheim, why I chaired a discussion on the topic in Budapest. I'm really pleased, Eddie, that you include it again on the agenda for today. Because the truth is, this is a challenge that crosses our borders, a challenge we have to confront together. All of our citizens want an immigration system that is fair and that works for the national interest. And now is the time to work together to secure our shared borders. And this approach is already paying off. Yesterday, I visited Durrës port and saw firsthand how the UK is working with Albanian law enforcement to disrupt cross-border crime. And in March, I hosted the first major international summit to tackle organised immigration crime, highlighting work with European partners that is already driving results. But now is the time to do more across the board on immigration, national security, and we all know it's absolutely critical to our economic security as well. So in a new era for trade and the economy, we will increase our resilience, strengthen our alliances, and reduce barriers to trade with our allies around the world and across Europe. In this time of great uncertainty and volatility, the UK will not respond by turning inwards, but by taking its place on the world stage, strengthening our alliances, supporting freedom and peace in Europe. And I thank you, Adi, again for convening us today in pursuit of those common themes and issues.
Thank you very much, and it is a unique privilege to have the chance to congratulate in person in Tirana newly elected Chancellor of Germany. And it is, I believe, a lifetime chance to be the Prime Minister of Albania and have in your hands the possibility to give or not give the floor to the German Chancellor. So the floor is yours, dear Chancellor Merz, and congratulations, and we all look forward for the leadership of Germany.
Thank you, Prime Minister, dear Edi Rama. Many thanks for your warm welcome, and many thanks for your hospitality here in Tirana. And let me say that I'm very happy to be here and to have the honor and opportunity to be with you first time in this distinguished group of political leaders of Europe. Thank you to all of you who sent congratulations to my election, and I'm looking forward to a very close cooperation myself, but our new government as well, with all of you. So it's strongly needed, but we are ready to do so. Having said that, allow me to focus on 2 or 3 issues briefly. The first one is, this European continent is challenged by something which we have not yet seen for decades, which is a very tough and strong war in Ukraine. This is not just a war against this country. If it were so, it was critical and terrible enough. But this is something which is directed against the entire political order of our continent. So you all know that Donald, Keir, Emmanuel and myself, we went to Kiev to see President Zelensky last Saturday, and we did that not just on our own behalf. Hopefully we did that on behalf of all of you, to show our decision and our commitment to this country and to this European political order. And we are determined, the 4 of us, and I hope all of you, that we have to continue to give support, strong support, politically, economically, financially, militarily, to this country. And our efforts have shown a very, very small diplomatic success. The fact that they are meeting today, first time for 3.5 years, is a very small but first positive signal. We have to do more on that, on diplomatic efforts, but we have to be very clear on our military support for this country as well. There should be no doubt that we are willing to continue to give our support. My second comment goes to our alliance with the United States. You know that my country is extremely grateful for what the Americans did after the Second World War. And we honored that several times in the last decade, especially last week when we celebrated, or when we thought about the 80 years of freedom and peace in Europe. I think that we have to undertake all efforts what we can to keep the Americans on our side. We cannot substitute or replace what the Americans still do for us in Europe, on our continent, and for our peace and freedom. We are faced with migration, and Keir Starmer mentioned that already. So let me give just one brief remark on us. We are faced with migration threats for a decade now. We are trying to resolve that. We will do anything what we can do jointly with the European Union, but we have to do something on our own. All what we are doing is in line with European law, and we are trying to coordinate our efforts with all our neighbors. And we are not willing to do anything what is giving new threats to you. But let's do it strictly, jointly, and efficiently. Third remark goes to our military procurement. We are all willing to spend more on military and on defense. That's true and necessary. But I have one demand. Don't let us talk about money only. We have to talk about efficiency, about the numbers of systems, and about economies of scale. We are not receiving enough material for our money. We are spending a lot of money, and we have to do more. But just spending more money on systems which are too numerous, on procurement which is too complicated, is not enough. So my country and my government is really ready to step forward in terms of more efficiency, better procurement, better cooperation on the European continent. And this is not against somebody outside the European Union. This is just in favor for us. And my last point is, if we are talking about competitiveness of our industries, this is for itself important enough. But we all know that our political systems, that our democracies are at risk. And so if we are showing ourselves able to resolve the problems, the war, the strong migration problems, the competitiveness of our industry, we will prove that our political systems, that our governments, that our democracy is strong enough to do that. And that is, in my view, something which we have all to keep in mind when we are dealing with these issues on the European level. Last but not least, a promise. I know that there were some critics about the German engagement or the German commitment to Europe, to the European institutions and to the European Union. I asked my government to be as much as possible present on the European level, in the Council of Ministers, on other European institutions like this one and others, to show that Germany is clearly committed to what is necessary now in Europe, and that we are willing to find a new approach on our European commitment. That's not because we love Europe so much, that is because we all know that we can only be successful jointly. So many thanks for your warm welcome in this group. I'm looking forward to cooperate with you. I'm feeling very much at home in this group of people. Thank you so much.
And now I believe that you would agree with me that nobody better than our Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, can be trusted with the final word of this opening session. And in this scenery, you can have the role of the director of the kindergarten now.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Eddie. Thank you very much for convening us here. Outstanding again, as we know you. And indeed, many of you said that the changes we are living through are historic, without any question. When the wall fell in 1990, The end of history was proclaimed. And you all remember that we assumed that economic and political freedom would eventually converge and that this would unite people. Now, as we are here today, history is back, and so are geopolitics. What we have perceived as a world order is becoming a world disorder, triggered not least by Putin's imperialistic ambitions and other geopolitical struggles. In recent years, and just as we spoke here, Emmanuel, the need for a wake-up call for Europe has often been articulated. Well, today Europe is awake, wide awake. And we know that we must leap forward. We have to close the innovation gap. Eddie, you mentioned it. We have to boost our competitiveness. We have to build our own resilience. And we have to widen and deepen the network of partnerships that we have around the world. We all have learned that when there are big crises, Europe certainly provides some of the big answers. And we all know it in the last years, the pandemic, the climate crisis, the energy crisis, the Russian war against Ukraine. All these are serious crises that have really challenged us, but Europe has emerged bigger and stronger from every crisis. Europe has moved closer together in the face of these turning points in history. And Europe has stood united in its unwavering support to Ukraine. Because we should not forget, this is also why the European political community has been founded and created, to rally around Ukraine in the face of Russia's aggression and to preserve peace on the continent, while Russia has left Europe. The mere fact that we are sitting here today, together, with you, Volodymyr, is proof of our ironclad unity. For 3 long years now, we have demonstrated our unity, our resolve, and even greater cooperation to defend the sovereignty of Ukraine, to find a path towards a peace settlement, and strong security guarantees for Ukraine. And all along the way, most members of the EPC supported hard-hitting sanctions on Russia, and these sanctions are biting. Russia's oil and gas revenues have fallen by almost 80% compared to before the war. Russia's deficit is skyrocketing. Interest rates are prohibitively high. Inflation is on the rise, well above 10%. And we are ready to do more to bring Putin to the negotiation table. Many of the speakers mentioned it. This war has to end. You said it, Georgia. You said it, Keir. Volodymyr has described with others the roller coaster of the last days. To be very clear again, we want peace. And so we are working on a next set of sanctions. Main elements of this package will be, for example, sanctions on Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, further listing of vessels in the shadow fleet and lower the oil price cap, and more sanctions on Russia's financial sector, because we want peace and it is time to seriously engage on that. But we are also gathered here in Tirana to build our common future. And it was wonderful to listen to the different speakers. Our future of a Europe that is an era of shared prosperity. If we are successful in building this prosperity, and I have no doubt we will, that is the glue for stability and peace on our continent. This is stronger than any aggression, shared prosperity. To do this, connectivity must be high on our agenda. We are already creating such opportunities through our Ukraine facility and our growth plans for the Western Balkans and Moldova. And soon we will look at the Black Sea with a dedicated EU strategy for the Black Sea, and a connectivity agenda linking Europe with Central Asia through our partners of the South Caucasus. This is an amazing vision to work on, to invest in cross-border transport infrastructure, the flow of trade, create digital links, connecting people around the European political community. Our web of partnerships have been developing at light speed during the last 3 years. And this is what is making the EPC more than an idea or a forum. It is the expression of our ability to address and to master together the challenges that occur as Europeans. And it is with confidence and with hope and with determination that I can say at the very end, long live Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I want to share with you that in our first common law, written in Middle Age, there is a very fundamental chapter about hospitality. And it starts with a quote that goes, the house of the Albanian belongs to God and the guest. And that quote is really very profound, and it's the origin of the fact that we ended the Second World War as the only country that had more Jews after than before, because they were guests in this country and they were protected with Albanian lives. But among many commandments, feeding well the guest is absolutely crucial. So please follow me now, and if you have been told by EU that there is no free lunch, you will change your conviction. There is, and there will always be for you anytime you come to Albania in whatever capacity. And in 1 hour, we have to go back and to make Europe work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ime Boje, gospodin
Persona in qui.
Perfetto. Започнемо з подальшого натруку. Прем'єр президент.
Always put in display as I said. No worries. Can I get your official comments? Say he's possible. It's not up to 60. So treat differently.
Ouais, mais j'ai toujours pas d'image. J'ai toujours pas d'image. Moi, c'est pas normal. Je vois ton image, j'ai pas d'image.
C'est quoi, c'est du 5006, quelque chose comme ça que tu as à ton avis oui.
Il faut sans doute aller chercher de...
Most likely,
Oh, thank you so much. I think we're fine. So they finished.
And send the letter. So we have 2 questions. We have 2 questions. They spoke about 100 questions. They have 2 questions. First question is as far as the second question. Yeah, sort of children. About the first. And also today, some conditions as far as they begin to say why something, why not 50. We said, okay, 50. They said, why 50 is not 80. We said, okay, 80. And then they said, so that your information will go to Moscow. I said, they are not decision makers. They go to Moscow and send us a letter.
But then we put the conditions.
This is an exchange. So we said, let's try to exchange 1,000.
On va reprendre dans 5 minutes, in 5 minutes time. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
On va de l'autre côté. Ils ont pu faire. Ouais, ouais.
You can